Surprise! Well, about to land. We're about to begin a descent for Dakar. I will let everyone know what we are doing here soon. I have some new stuff, which we're going to assemble in a few minutes, actually. Depends on when my 3D print is done. Anyway, we are about to land in Senegal. And so... Or sorry, we're about to begin our descent for Senegal, actually, in about 5 seconds. So. Dakar traffic. Speedbird 72, so you're beginning descent now. Flight level 200 initially. Dakar traffic. Mark decimal 85 for right now. And I never turn off the landing lights. I've been doing some cleaning. This is a bit of a surprise stream. Grumpy convinced me to go live. We're gonna be in the a350 in a little bit. Not right now, obviously, but in a little bit. The plan is we're gonna land at Dakar, and then I'm gonna hook. Where is it? Then I'm going to hook this guy up. And then we're going to fly the A350 off to Madiera. That's the plan anyway. It should be fun. So, for those wondering, this here is the wing control. I have the left EFIS, and then I also have the thing here. And then right now, I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but the 3D printer is printing a bracket, so this will go like this, and then we are going to put it right above the yoke for right now. I've moved a few things around on my desk to allow it. Anyway, that is the plan. We might try to assemble that as we continue our descent for Dakar. In case anyone's curious on where I'm coming from Ascension Island. We're currently flying on the VATSIM network as Speedbird 72 Sierra Heavy, because we are technically flying from a British base. Anyway, this is the plan. Alright, let's Zulu runway 01. Actually, let me just verify that real quickly. 110.10. 006. Perfect. I'm not gonna lie, I want to swap out every single one of my monitors with this AOC with these AOC curved 1440p ones. There, look. These AOC curved 1440p one monitors might actually be my best, or it might actually be my replacement for these Scepters. So, not that these Scepters are bad. These Scepters are actually really, really good. But yeah, it is big, and it's nice to be able to see the charts in a nice big format, so. Alright. And I'm going to announce the plans for the rest of the night in a few minutes. I have a tradition, dating a few years back now. I have a tradition of flying out of Baltimore and into Heathrow on the 4th of July. That is a plan for tonight, because happy Trader Day. It's everyone. Something. 250 years ago, 13 colonies decided to break away from Great Britain and form the United States of America. And now it's 250 years ago. That was a quarter of a century ago now. Anyway, happy birthday, United States of America, and to whatever. I don't know. So, screw the U.S. Oh shit! I was supposed to refrain from saying bad shit about the U.S. today. I was supposed to refrain from... Shit! I've already broken my fucking promise. Those who know me know I'm not a big fan of the U.S. I live here, but Alright, anyway. Anyway. I'm just curious. Should be finishing up about now, actually. Odds are I'll be able to begin working this thing before we reach the top of the sun. Or before we descend further. I just need to screw a few things in. So, arriving into Dakar, Senegal. And then we're going to be off to Madiera in an a350 1000. So, how long is this? Like 1 minute left on it. 1 minute left. I hope this works. Yeah, I really hope this works. We're going to avoid any shortcuts today. We are going to avoid all shortcuts. So why am I flying to Senegal from Ascension? It's because of a massive tour, which you guys have to wait. You guys are going to get a bit of a sneak peek here, but you guys are going to have to mostly wait until... for the most part, you guys are going to end up waiting until September to see, or to begin to see this. So. Increase rate of descent ever so slightly. I'm trying to buy myself a little time right now. I'm going to reduce just speed to 8 seconds. Dakar traffic speed route 7 Sierra Heavy reducing now speed to 80 knots. Dakar traffic. We are getting a slightly off our descent profile. What? Just maintain 2,100 feet per minute rate off right now. Yep, I'm very, very, very well aware. Very, very, very well aware. Sorry, still putting some brackets, and they're almost done. Anyway, happy Trader Day to everyone. Anyway, we are going to be landing an a350 1000 at Madiera, in case anyone's curious. And that we'll be doing that in probably about 4 hours. Or about 5 minutes, that's my estimate. Actually, I need to find out what the flight time is. Papa departure out of... Diaz. She should only be about a 3-hour flight. I don't estimate it to be that much longer. So. maybe about 5 minutes left on the print, which is slightly annoying for me. So, what we'll do though is we'll start off with getting it. Or never mind, it's done now. It is actually straight up done now. Do you need to be a little careful with taking off the bed immediately? Because the bed is not. I 3D print. When I print, I notice I notice some pretty significant adhesion issues if I don't have the bed at a pretty high temperature. And so I keep the bed when I'm printing PLA higher than most. Keep it at about 85 degrees Fahrenheit, especially. Sorry, I keep it at about 85 degrees centigrade, which, like I said, is a lot hotter than most. So, for reference, PLA melts at about 185. I'm gonna say. Prints good at 150. Sorry, prints good at 210 to 220 range though. Yeah, I keep I keep my bed hotter than most. Anyway, do you have an aircraft to continue to land? Or to continue to descend on? Dakar traffic, Speedbird 72 Sierra Heavy, descending now flight level 100. Dakar traffic. Good morning, Jeffers tuning in. Be landing the triple at Dakar in a few minutes. We come from Ascension Island, in case I'm curious. This bed is still pretty hot. I'm not surprised though. Remember, the bed I keep around the 80-degree range if I can, if I can afford it. So makes it for some really good adhesion. The issue is that sometimes the adhesion's a little too good. Let's go ahead and take us down to the speed 250 knots if we can. Dakar traffic, Speedbird 720 reducing now speed 240 knots. I know we're a little far out because we do need to control our speed a little bit better. Dakar traffic. We're going to go extremely slow. Right now. Spot step firmed up a bit more. Just using it massive channel for this. Take these off the 3D print bin. Yep, there's one. I'm sorry, why are we off course? Oh, there's a discontinuity. Timzo. Shit. Wasn't aware that there was discontinuity. That was my fault. Actually, I gotta take a pause on this. Or not. Dakar traffic, Speedbird 720, heavy reducing, sending now altitude 3,000 feet. Dakar traffic. You gotta be 3,000 level there. Oh yeah, I'm stupidly high then. That discontinuity got me off. Altitude radar vectors a little. There we go. See if my measurements worked. Not gonna lie, it looks like my measurements were possibly dead on. Alright, that one's good. And this top one. Looks like my measurements were about dead on, to be honest. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're fine. Okay. In case I need it, which you probably will in a moment. Cleared ILS approach. Not that we're gonna get it yet. Should we take a pause on that in a moment? I do want to get this like set up before we add that. Or maybe we'll do something stupid. Thank you, Kevin. So not seeing any ILS in order to verify the frequency. one screw in. Alright. Good. Good. We're not looking half badly, despite me not being exactly focused. Let's set the water break and Q&H in a moment, though. Sorry, a little distracted here. I'll deal with that once we land. Alright. No ILS yet. No ILS yet. Okay. This is slightly concerning considering that this is in fact a low visibility environment right now. Visibility of 8,000. QNH1013. And then the minimums for this are 492. On the minimums. Oh, there we go. You got the ILS now. Get water break 3. Dakar traffic. Speed 72 Sierra. Look lines established now. ILS approach runway 01. Reducing now. Speed 180 knots maintained till 4 DME. Sorry, 180 knots maintained till 7 DME. Dakar traffic. Alright, 22 DME. Buying myself some time to get this dealt with. I really want to fly the next leg with it. Yeah, so do you have time constraints? Do you have some time constraints tonight? Motherfucker. Didn't ever do anything. Let's see here. 17 DME. Go flaps 1 now. 13 DME.
Dakar Dias, Iguana 697 Heavy, Apron 31, exit holding point runway 01 via Alpha 4, Charlie and Charlie 7. Dakar Dias.
Alright. Do you have traffic then? Oh shit. I was hoping to avoid traffic here. It's a bigger airport though. Alright. Time to focus up. Auto brake 3 set, lights are on, didn't change that from earlier. So there's armed. Go more flaps now. Alright. Dakar traffic, speed bridge 72 Sierra heavy, 10 miles, runway 01, speed 1, sorry, reducing now, speed 170 knots, maintain until 5 dB. Dakar traffic. Field in sight. Let's focus up. Let's focus up. Get more flaps now. No, you gotta slow down. Gear down.
2,500.
Final approach speed 131 knots. No, 12.6. That's not a lot of fuel at all. It's not a lot of fuel at all. Six DME. Five 5.8, 5.7, 5.6, 5.5. 5.2, 5.1, 5, 131 knots. Dakar traffic, Speedbird 72 Sierra Heavy, 5 miles, runway 01, reducing now, final approach speed 131 knots. Dakar traffic. You need to rest the flaps. There. 5, 4.
1,000.
Which miles?
Runway 01, I believe. Yeah, runway 01 for Speedbird 72 Sierra. 2 miles now.
Dakar traffic 169 hold short runway 01, Charlie 7, Dakar.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. My controls. Follow them, flight directors, you bigot. I feel like we have a bit of a crosswind.
Approaching minimums.
Continue.
Minimums.
Continue approach.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5,
Dakar traffic, 10697,
Perfect.
01.
That was a bit of an unstable approach. I'm not gonna lie, that was a bit unstable. No, I missed that one. Fine. Yeah, that was a little off center line. Still not stupidly bad. Alright. That takeoff was alright. Could have been a better takeoff as well. Dakar traffic, speedbird 72 Sierra Heavy, now clear of the runway, taxi, no parking at our discretion. Dakar traffic. Please be with me as I'm
Dakar
too.
traffic equal 6907, taking off from runway 01, Sackley 1 Bravo, departure. Thank you for cooperation.
Of course. This report's a bit of a mess. Maybe we'll do a GSX loading on the next leg. Alright, APU on that. Oh, actually, that's a pretty good timing. That's 5:43.0. It's not bad timing. Alright, we're gonna aim for an off block in approximately 45 minutes for the next leg. Yeah, I think we can aim for that. And of course, this airport's default scenery is pretty shit in my opinion. Parking brake set. Got the APU on, right? You did. Now I have to wait for the APU, which means we can go ahead and actually close out New Sky now. $9.97 in New Sky. Off center line landing, yeah, that was a little off center line. 41 grand for the virtual airline. Not bad at all. Alright, anyway, we are going... I do have a weird feeling that the a350 WASM is going to be a little slow. And so we're going to go ahead and get into this thing. But we're gonna focus on getting the thing set up. So we're gonna get an a350 into Madiera next. Shall I dare do it on New Sky? Shall I dare? Alright, anyway, let's go ahead and finish getting this guy set up. Will take a minute. Let's get crystal clear. Okay. One bracket. Time for the next. Print this out of PLA just because that was what was on the printer at the time. And that's what I know off the top of my head. Good settings for. Put that nicely in. Usually the best way to deal with screws, anything structural, when it comes to 3D printing, is I actually tend to use a soldering iron. Okay, what did I say about the a350? Taking a minute to load up. This will be my first time using the a350 since this week's update, which we're now on 5.1. Motherfucker. It's off, but off by enough for maybe the screw doesn't want to go in. Alright, in that case it'll be the one screw. In that case it'll be one screw for this. I mean, considering two of them went in fine, that's fine. Oh, that's annoying. Just one screw. Yeah, I can see it now. It is off. By some as well. Yeah, I can see it. Oh, that's annoying. Oh. Whatever. If I need to reprint it, I will. Or, don't know. The main thing is that these other ones are mostly on points. Consult the help of the drill or the power screwdriver or something in that, because something's really not wanting to go on. Yeah, let me go. I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab a drill. I have one here. Doesn't do anything good. Maybe not with the bit that's one. Ooh. Actually, might. Not expecting that. Not expecting that to go that well. Especially when it has a star pit on it. Short smokes again. I'll come to swap out that one. You don't. So it's only this. Alright, most of these screws line up perfectly. It's only the one that does not. Oh, shit. I just noticed an issue. You see this idiot didn't think about. It'll be fine for now, though. There's a slight chance I may not bring it for a second. Probably might take a butter knife. Might take a hot butter knife to it though. Okay. That's not quite perfect. Not quite perfect. Good enough for me, though. It's not quite perfect. But you know what? It's good enough for me. I will need to go ahead and warm up a hot butter knife in the next one, though. I'm guessing it's curious on what we're waiting on right now. We're waiting on the a350 to load. And the reason I'm gonna have to take a hot butter knife to this is because I didn't account for something in my design, which I did last night. What I didn't account for was right behind here where you see those two labels. That's where the USB is for this. Excuse the devil. So I'm just gonna take a hot butter knife, slice through that. I'll heat it up on the stove in a little bit or something. I don't know. I did that next sec. Anyway. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and plug this in, and then we'll actually go ahead and, well, I'll plug it in. Or, sorry, I'll plug in what I can right now. Go ahead and go and hop in the a350. Morning, Grumpy. Then I'll connect up to that once I know that everything is working. Where is it? Just gonna connect up the wing control stuff the first time. I have not used it once yet. I've been putting brackets, which I'll have to cut here soon. Grumpy, when you had when you installed your thing, did you have any extra configuration that you had to do that I might need to know about, or was it pretty much plug and play with Cement Pro? Yeah, for the FCU. That's weird. Yeah, yeah, the FCU, this bigger bit. All right, good to know. Good to know. Thank you. I need an extra USB cable. For right now, I'll use this shitty one that they gave me. Or not. Yeah, this. So they gave me two. So they gave me two. One of them's like this. The other's straight. Yeah, I actually don't know how well you can. Everyone can see this. But I think that this one like this is probably for this, which I can't do right now. Which means I need to go find another USB cable. Which actually I might have right here. Sure, I'll steal this one, then I'll That just started printing out bullshit. Or not bullshit, but nothing. Alright, see. I do have a paper budget for stupid printer. Oh, there we go. That looks good. Now that looks pretty good. That works. That works. Yeah, it feels good as well. Speed works. Okay, EFIS is not working yet. Vertical speed is. Okay. So the EFIS is not the one thing that's not working yet. All right. Well, you know, let me go ahead and get this flight plan off down to whatchamacallit. Then connect back up as Chesapeake 35 Papa. Departing from, or sorry, a350 Kilo. Connect. And yes, I'm aware that the flight plan I have on file is not the right one. Pre-filing it now. Right. Now, did it even, is it even detecting the EFIS? Oh. I'll do that once for airborne. Oh, you know what? No, actually, I should probably do it now then. Alright. I need my laptop. Give me 1 second. So if you are smart about doing your software updates, then what you get in the habit of doing is instead of unplugging everything, what you'll do instead is you'll boot up a laptop and you'll update everything through the laptop. In terms of any firmware, so that way you're not screwing anything else up. Could use. Okay, so I'm pressing quit now. Do I have another Type-C keyboard launcher? I guess I know where I do have one. Yeah, you do. You're not wrong. Yeah, well, that's Cinemat Pro work updated now. Hey, here's one. I'll do that in a minute. I'll figure you out in a moment once this thing's done. Begin to update. I would like to see the EFIS working. It will. One of them. No, it's not. I figured it out. Didn't plug in the cable all the way. Still gonna proceed with this firmware update through the laptop. Smith Pro. Why is USB device not recognized? Is this a bad USB cable? This might be a bad USB cable. Try that. I hate cables. Imagine if everything were okay. Imagine if everything but internet was wired. It's not recognized. When was the last time this version was updated? What are they on? What are we on now? 117 something? $116. This is on 116.86, so that might be the issue. It does look good though. And then I can't trust the other EFIS right now because the bracket I made for it covers the USB port, so whoops. I'll take a butter knife and trim that part off because I also messed up on the screw hole for that as well. Alright. For right now though, let's go ahead and work on getting this aircraft set up. Batteries on, crew supply on, nav lights on. Sorry, not nav lights. Adiras. Arm those. Boom, 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 boom. Logo lights on. Grumpy. Grumpy, you saw me do nothing here. You saw me do nothing. That's annoying. Yep. That's what I was thinking as well, because that's not gonna work. Especially at Madiera. Alright, how do we clear the WASM folder again? It is... Content. Or, no. Is it packages? I feel like I'm doing it wrong. At this rate, we're never gonna get to Madiera. We're finishing up runs the map pro. No, it won't be seen in our indexes. It's actually in your official. No. I know I know I'm doing it wrong. And this thing is still not detecting it, which means there's a bad cable. Okay. Oh, great. That is Steam. Maybe it's all the way in here. Nope. Oh. Oh, great. Bummer. Microsoft's 2024. Local State, WASM. That's probably it. Or not. Oh wait, here it is. So in terms of clearing it, it's just delete all this before I do it. I want to make sure I'm doing it correctly. Delete the folder. All right. Thank you. It's been a while since I last had a WASM in the A350. It's been literally since. It's been literally since that one time with crossing the pond. And I can guarantee you things corrupt there. I can guarantee that something got corrupted. I don't think that was Any's fault. I'm not gonna put it on Any because this was also my first time using it. So this is my first time using it since this week's sim update, and it did take longer to I guess rebuild the WASM for it. So I think it took about 6 minutes. So something didn't build right. And I think it's the most up-to-date version. I keep an eye out on for sim updates, and I haven't seen anything from any builds this week. Alright, I'm gonna take that cable again. Do that unknown good cable. Thank God I haven't booked a New Sky flight yet. Which should I dare? Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, I think it is cool that they are giving us the TriStar, but please A3 whatever first. Please, I'll take the A380 first. Give me an A380. Give me an A330. Actually, I want Phoenix to do the A330. More updates. Laptop wants to do updates. Annoying. At this rate, we're never gonna get off the ground. what will it be first? This FCU doing firmware update, or my laptop? Or sorry, or the sim loading. Yeah, I look forward to that A380. Just to say it. The fly-by-wire one's not bad, but I am looking forward to Any's offering. They're retesting it. Good. Good. Yeah, I remember that one. The one that caused a bunch of issues. Actually, I was just thinking last night. It feels like they've been very quiet recently. Kind of wondering if the A346 is... I'm kind of beginning to wonder if they're giving up on the A340. It has been very quiet since they last released an update. System updates are underway. Right. Yeah, well. I haven't used the A340-600 in a while. Pretty much since I bought it, to be honest. Because I have the A340-300, which, to be honest, is a really good aircraft. Now, I will say that AnyBuilds has... I will say that thing, when compared to Airsoft's offering, is a little different and a bit weird. Especially from the performance standpoint, where I think any aircraft are overall just a lot worse on performance, specifically on the main thread. But it still works, so. And stuff does improve once you enable rebar. Alright, come on now. I don't think this will be ready by the time we take off. No guarantees, though. I will say that everything feels very clicky and very nice with this so far. I'll have to give it some real use to find out. And if it doesn't work, I'll go back to the Phoenix. Because the Phoenix works 95% of the time now. You just have to be really careful with the Phoenix to make sure you don't have a USB disconnect. And because if you do, then it'll put the speed brake all the way to full. And then if you let it be that way for too long, then it will put itself into this undeclared A floor. And it'll be a while before you can get it back up. I think I was at it for, I think I was following this like directors, trying everything I had, or everything I could for, gosh, I think about 15 minutes last week before I actually succeeded. And 15 minutes is a long time to be hand flying an aircraft via flight directors. Specifically, or especially when it's trying to fight against you. Microsoft, what did you do to my fucking laptop? Self-healing BIOS. Backup in progress. I have. They're trying to do updates. Trying to do the firmware update. Though, to be honest, I'm kind of considering swapping out this cable. Because it's just a normal SATA cable. Not exactly 100% thrilled with it. I feel as if... I'll show you the issue. So the issue is how this kind of is like bent in like this direction. I don't really... I mean, this side here is fine. It's this side that I'm concerned about. So I'm kind of tempted to try a different SATA cable. Even if that has a bit more of a loop. Microsoft, what did you do to my laptop here? I think it did a BIOS update on its own, which... There we go, now it's working. Yep, the EVIS is all lit up. The second I plugged in the cable, it lit up again. Just a matter of doing an update. There we go. The updates are still underway. This is not supposed to be an updating stream. No, it shows up. It shows up. But remember, I'm updating it through through the laptop, so I don't have to unplug everything. It'll show up though. Just trying to run the update, but I had to reboot this. And then this thing decided it wanted to do an update. And apparently that included a BIOS update. Because of the self-healing BIOS shit I saw 5 seconds ago. I'm going to go out and say something here. And I think some people would disagree. But I think the vast majority of people won't have any issue with what I'm about to say. But I feel like there should be an extra form of notification at least for BIOS updates. There is a company that is particularly bad at that. Actually, there's two companies that are particularly bad at those. Lenovo and Dell. How they'll run those BIOS updates automatically. And to be honest, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel as if I feel like that should be an extra step in of itself. An extra warning as well. I mean, I can understand why it would be important to keep your BIOS up to date, but still. Oh, finally. This was not supposed to be an updating stream, yet it is turning into that. If this isn't lit within the next few minutes, we're gonna change our plans. Gonna go off to somewhere else instead. We'll do another flight. This is weird. How nothing is showing up in Semi Pro on this laptop right now. Known good cables, well. Alright, well. I'll deal with the updates later. Maybe it's an installation with this. It's working fine a few minutes ago on this big computer. So. Now this is having the same issue. Did I manage to break this thing already? That's across two different computers, same cable. Now I'm getting concerned that this thing is actually broken. 2, 3. Because this side will light up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now I got it working. I'll update you later. Alright, let's actually get off the ground now. Connect. And really? Really, GSX? Really? Reposition aircraft. Reposition here. That's even worse. And this is why I don't stream like this. Because stuff's gonna go wrong the second I start. Alright. There you go. External power on. 1, 2, 3. get all these on. Crew supply on. Logo on. Alright, Grumpy, correct me if I'm doing anything wrong, please. Oh, there we go. Now the EFIS is working. I really want to do it. Oh, thank you. I really want to do a New Sky flight. However, it's a challenge. Kind of a stupid challenge as well. With new hardware, New Sky Academy. You gotta be shitting me. New Sky Academy doesn't have any A350 1000s. You've got to be shitting me. Not a single A350 1000 for New Sky Academy. They have an A350 900. I feel like that would be a popular one as well. Alright, well, screw it. If I feel like something might happen, I'll declare the emergency, and I'll have the emergency button up the entire time. That's the right one, right? Yes, it is. Arrival. Wait. Yeah, we can aim for 15 minutes. I only need like 5. I think, anyway. Alright, load sheet. SimBrief import. Set 0 fuel weight. Instant. Init. Big flight plan. Received inset. No, I just had a wasn't. I'm not gonna update the nav right now. Or do I? Actually, I might, because I just did a WASM reset. Actually, I might have to do everything, and if I'm not mistaken. As because I will. Toga. Flex. Climb. Idle. That'll reverse. Let's see here. Please restart your flight after, or the main menu after. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. At least you haven't gotten too far into it. I can still have this thing up in the air before New Sky finds me or sends me the bill. It's fine. Reconnect. This is yeah. Yeah, the Moses working correctly at least. Let's try this for the third time. Batteries. The sim doesn't want to crash. Batteries on. External power on. 1, 2, 3. What's that saying? Third time's a charm? Load sheet. Sim brief import. Set 0 fuel weight. Instant. Now, okay, there we go. At least it's. There we go. Now we're making progress. Received. Insert. There we go. What's the most recent meetup for this weird place that I chose to go to? Uh, 330 degrees 8. It's KNH 1013. Get that as already set. Journey 0 on the same one that we arrived on. That we arrived on. One. The max one, Bravo. Check that. Oh, that's cool that that's working. Alright. Let's see. Fuel unload. Enter. 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 Passengers 225. Turn. Now it's time for some takeoff performance. Sync FMS. Sync all that. If you on Word 29.2, that means it actually loaded correctly. Let me just verify that those numbers are actually good numbers. I need to be able to see the margins on this. If we could just make it universal, that you can see the margins on this, then that would be beneficial. This has me on a flaps 2. Assume times 70. That's close enough. Still gives me 3,000 feet of margin. Alright, and I guess I'll cheat this. Confirm. Right, in terms of... Oh, great. Useless departure. Essentially straight out. Alright, what's our cruising altitude then? $390. Go ahead and set that in now. Alright. Initial speed will be 153. Runway heading is 066. I'm not gonna lie, this thing is quite nice. I did pay a good amount of money for it though. APU on, cruise supply on, got that earlier. And because we all know that GSX is going to be stupidly slow, I'll hold off if GSX is fast today.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Which it might be. Ready is on. Guess it's the only one that does it. 21.5 is guard. You good.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Yeah, I'll actually need to make a proper mount for this later.
Locking gear.
So right now this thing is just sitting on top of my soundbar and my yoke, and it's not wanting to stay there. Oh, what's this comparison when it comes to S? Hang on, GSX. There we go. There we go. Now that's good for right now. Nose, right tail left.
Release parking brakes.
Good time. Parking brakes are released. Why can't I pan? Everything's going wrong today. Some stuff is broken. Can't. Lost my ability to pan. Uh.
This tutorial will guide you through the basic setup of Chaseplane. Chaseplane allows you to back up your custom views and settings to the Parallel
damn it.
42 cloud infrastructure. This will enable you to quickly restore
Damn
your
it.
setup on a new computer or after a
Can't pan at all. Let me try that. There we go.
Commencing push.
There we go.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Dakar traffic. Chesapeake 35 Papa, push and start now, facing south. Dakar traffic. Okay, you fixed one thing. Now GSX wants to do the weirdest push ever. Beacons on. Mission start. Number 1 first. I know it's usually number 2, but according to my procedures, it's always going to be the inboard engine for the push. So if you're pushing facing right, it'll be the left engine first. If you're pushing facing left, then it'll be the right engine first. Look at that! Despite having issues, we're still on time.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Unlocking gear.
Flaps full. Thank you. Auto. Tara above. ID. Nice. Flight director's on. Good.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Alright, so aside from the issue I'm going to have with mounting this thing, or figuring out a proper solution for this thing is actually doing pretty good. Flaps in. Damn, the flaps in this thing move fast. Flight controls. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Two good engine starts. Nose lights to taxi. Wing lights on. APU off. Dakar traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa taxiing now, holding point Charlie 6 for runway 01 via Alpha. Dakar traffic. Flaps 2. Ground spoilers armed. Lights on. Before I forget. APU off. It's certainly not the prettiest default scenery in the world, but also not stupid. Like Panama City. But Panama City actually has some freeware off of FSTO that makes it better. Which I have personally tested. Actually, Panama City, once we rebuild the hub network, Panama City is going to become a hub for Baltimore Air Group, which we are restarting development on. We were looking into the Emesis, decided against it. I'm not going to use New Sky because it defeats the whole point. And because Seb would literally kill me if I were to use New Sky, if I were to build it based on New Sky. So we're going back to building our own software, but we're restarting it, and it's not going to be Batson based at all, because we're gonna make it a proper competitor to New Sky. We're not gonna cheat it out like we did last time. So once Seb gets his memory back, then we are going to be active on that. Nice. That's something that any builds can learn from fly-by-wire on. When that map loads, it should be smooth, and it shouldn't cause a sim frame thing or frame stutter. Fly-by-wire actually did that quite well. Dakar traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa Heavy, lining up now at runway 01. Dakar traffic. Answer on, good. Take off config checked. Later on, I'll double check news guys actually been started in a moment. Alright, news guy actually started. 148148153. Dakar traffic. Chesapeake 3-5 Papa Heavy taking off now. Runway 01 Limax 1 Bravo departure. Dakar traffic. Flick 72 SRS screen. Auto thrust blue. Airspeed alive. 100 knots.
V1.
V1 rotate. Pause right, gear up. Thrust lever climb. Once again, those flight directors. Can barely see them. Dakar traffic. Chesapeake 3-5 Papa Net Airborne passing altitude. Flight level. Sorry, passing now altitude 2,000 feet. Climbing now flight level 380. Dakar traffic. Burst the flaps in. Disarm the ground spoilers. Autopilot on. What's my UV exposure setting at again? Okay, that hasn't changed. Yeah, this flight director is still. Especially when you compare this flight director to the fly-by-wire, which is rear aircraft. Yeah, and I still think you have work to do. They still look absolute garbage. I mean, they're there. And you can kind of see them. Standard pressure. Let's push for standard. Yeah, it is. But still. Disarm ground spoilers. Range up to 20. Actually, up to 40 now. So that's an interesting limitation. And this is actually weird. So, and this is in no ways wing control's fault. So the range thing. So this, that in the 777, I'm missing out on one. Sorry. Sorry. No, I'm saying that wrong. Oh, nice. What do you get? Toast? Your usual toast? Or... But anyways, so the bus actually has less like range things than the than this thing. So that's what the smaller bus is. But then when you go over to Boeing's, it's actually the exact opposite. That's interesting. Because I don't have a range of 5 option in the 777. Yet my physical thing does have that. Mango honey with chopped bananas on toast. Nice. You make me hungry, and I just ate. I ate 5 seconds before I decided to stream. So, if there's anyone from the U.S. Who's here, you want to say Happy 4th, I'm gonna try to refrain from saying anything nasty from the U.S. about the U.S. today. Though we are gonna become traitors again later. Later tonight. After I get home, because tonight is another Baltimore Heathrow. I'm gonna try to be as pro US as I possibly can be today, even though that is quite difficult for me. Well, so this thing looks quite good. Now, can I install these on it? Which I'll do, and then I'll figure out some other option when it comes to keeping it above the yoke. I do. It's, I think, this button right there, right? Just being lazy. Despite our WASM earlier, this thing is a good aircraft, and I'm more inclined to put that WASM on Microslop than any builds right now, because the sim didn't do an update earlier this week. I'll work on a go. Damn. I made it nearly impossible for me to do this. I'll try to put one there. Then I'm gonna... Actually, I'll wait until after the stream to do that. Because this thing is controlling the aircraft right now. I also, it does feel pretty good though. Grumpy, remind me next week to make a Baltimore aircraft delivery for this thing. This thing is next on the list. Then it'll be the A340 300. Then it'll be actually the 319 is also on the list. I have a lot of deliveries that I have to make on the list. So far, the only two I've done, and I have to fix one of them, is the 777 300 and the 777 200 and the A321. But the A321 is easy. All right, are we going up to 390? All right, I'm curious about this. Oh, push it, or you pull it. Nice. Then for the heading, pull for that, push. So I guess the philosophy here is you pull towards you, you're in control, you push, aircraft's in control. Am I wrong about that? I feel like I very well could be. Okay. That's smart. You pull it, you go in your direction, you're in control, push, aircraft control. Alright. Smart. Very smart. So I've been doing everything with mouse, so now I know. Actually, that is really smart on Airbus to make it that way. Speed 320 knots. Cool. Good to know. Once I'm fully settled over in the UK, and once I'm in a house that I'll probably be in for a while, I'm actually gonna go ahead and build a whole sim setup, with like an ultra wide monitor and everything. Kind of like what you have, Grumpy, but optimized more for both Airbus and Boeing aircraft. I mean, I'm not gonna do it here, obviously. I mean, even though doing it here would not be hard. But I'm leaving in 2 months, so it's actually down to like 70 days now, which is scary. I think it's 72 days now. 71, 72. It's getting scary now. Especially considering I still don't have a job lined up. Still don't have a place to stay lined up. Planning on Manchester. Though, this new guy's gonna make number 10, or it's gonna make Manchester very expensive, from my understanding. So, may need to look into another option. This thing doesn't have ADF now, does it? Not that I guess ADF is used anywhere. No, I haven't ever used ADF, but usually I try to have one of these on VOR, and then the other on ADF. Yep, I figured that one out. The 777 has the same issue, but in the opposite direction. So, sorry, yeah. So, well, kind of. So the 737 EFIS has a button for 5, or has a switch for 5. But then the 777 doesn't have that. So I'm missing out on a whole thing. Remember, I had to buy the 737 EFIS, even though it's 95% the same. I'm liking this thing, and it's sharp as well. It's really sharp. So I think the plan for the new setup is going to be, what I'm thinking is I'm going to have like multiple different views, but instead of you guys actually physically seeing like this view, I'm thinking instead you guys are going to have like an external view as your main view. That'll probably be it, probably this time next year at least. Because I think I might try to go without a this will always be London. Makes sense. I don't know. Fair. I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to do. I understand he's widely liked, and he seems good, but I don't know what he's trying to do. And to be honest, I never fully understood that reasoning on why you'd want to move the government away from London. Not when everything's already in London. To be honest, I kind of thought that was Trump, like, with Trump trying to move the FAA away from DC. It's like everything's in DC. Keep the FAA in DC as well. Alright, what are we doing? Yeah, doing... Not widely liked, but he's the best of a bad bunch. Not good to know. Flight time. Doing 9:25. About 2 hours. Because we're coming from the south. Oh. Okay, what are they landing on in real life then? Good point. Good point. That the A320 appears to be going in for the circle to land approach. 2-1. Supposedly they do land or supposedly they do land A330s here quite often, so. Alright, 05. Approaches RNAV Yankee from Manek. We're not going to be stupid today. Oh, Grumpy, you missed out on this one, but the winds were out of limits at Madiera one of the most recent times. That I was here. The thing is that when I went from Gibraltar, and you didn't get a. I mean, this guy was controlling it, and you realized that the three of us. So that was Ben, Max, and I. Were all straight up insane because the winds were out of limits. So he never issued a full landing clearance. It was runway 05 cleared. Land at your own discretion. RNAV runway 0. No, it's the RNAV Yankee runway 05 from a neck. On a big P2 X-ray. We have a subclimb. Interesting. I'll increase to 8.6 in a little bit. Then it'll be go direct from Brick to Big P. Enter. There we go. Though to be honest, we could have gone, no, we'll go direct from P-Tab. That was my fault. There we go. Front tab. There we go. That'll give us a new ETA here soon. I think I actually prefer this to be right there, to be honest. Top climb. We do have a set climb in 23 minutes. Sorry, 25 minutes. You know what someone needs to do? I don't even know if the resolution of the MCDU supports this. Actually, never mind. It probably doesn't. So it's not even. Not to mention, it wouldn't even be worth it. Anybody should make this pop out better. There you go. That's my solution. They should make it pop out and more touchscreen compatible. Because now you can get it. Because then you could get a touchscreen, and stick it right behind your throttles at like a nice angle. And then you could manage your FMC or whatever they are calling it in this thing, FMS, easy. This thing isn't actually touchscreen, is it? I don't know if this is actually touchscreen. Actually, it could be. Yeah, it could be. I actually don't know if this is touchscreen or not. I mean, I know in the sim it would be touchscreen, but I also know that the 777, I mean, they treat it as a touchscreen, obviously in the sim, but it's actually controlled through like a pointing device here. So these are all touchscreens. What I'm saying is, in real life, in the 777 with the screen right here, the way that PNG does it in the sim is kind of touchscreen like, but in real life they actually use like this thing here, and there's like a trackpad attached to it that moves it around pointers. So. Direct. And okay, that's cool. What? That is cool. Right. That is a cool feature. You won't see that in a Boeing. You won't see that in a 787. At all. I doubt you'll. To be honest, I very much doubt that you'll see it in these 777X. So. Yeah, they have done it well. This thing has certainly grown on me. Especially since my video on it. I might have to take that down and do a fresh video on it. My one final gripe with this thing is the flight directors. Yeah, I'm beginning to as well. I really hope that the A380 is good. I also want them to focus on less of the spa and focus on actually making it good from the beginning. Yeah, I have a weird feeling that spa is going to be. I think that's a good example. I think that's a good view on how it's going to be from the beginning. How far away do you think they are from release? Are we thinking 3 weeks? 3 months? Because to be honest, I thought it was going to come out with FS Expo or something. But I was listening to London Controller. And he thought back when they started to release stuff on it that they were probably less than 8 weeks away from release. So the no cabin version in 2024 is critical. No one can deny that. And even with the no cabin, I feel like they did a very good job with it. Because out with leaving some windows open, even if they're not textured. So, fourth quarter is your guess. Okay, yeah, I can see that at this point. This week I might go really rusty and buy the MD11 off any. It's still a tri-fi design, but it will be through any manager. So one less application I have to install. So. To be honest, I've lost track. I have faith that they're gonna bring out a massive update here soon, but they have been really quiet recently, and I feel like it has been. I feel like they try to aim for an update every 2 months, but it's been like 3. So I have no clue. Again, we were never gonna get those Neos by the end of last year, now were we? Which is a true shame, because I really want those Neos. Specifically the A321 Neo. I want a very good A321 Neo that's not FS Labs shit. But to be honest, I haven't had that many issues in the Phoenix recently. I've had the biggest issue that I have in the Phoenix right now is going to be the I can't even think right now. It's going to be the A floor without it saying A floor. That's my biggest issue right now with the Phoenix. The screen flickering purple. I think that, for the most part, has actually stopped since my Windows reinstall, if I'm not mistaken. Granted, it's been a week since I last used it. But it still does work for the most part. There's small little things here and there. Yeah, so their last update at Phoenix was 4.16. And then before that, it was 2-4. Then before that, it was. Yes, I feel like they aim for every 2 months. Yeah, what was it before the VFU? No clue. Could have been a very long time though. Alright, I'm gonna go into selected speed. Mach 8.7. Try to get us there a little faster. And we do have a step climb to 410. Actually, let's do the step climb first. Traffic just pick 3-5 Papa. Heavy step climbing now. Flight level 410 traffic. I need to figure out a way. I need to figure out a proper streaming schedule. I tried to stick with a few streaming schedules the past few weeks, but they've all gone to shit. And part of it's because I've actually been going to bed for the most part at a good time. I haven't, for the most part, I actually haven't been staying up all the way through 5 a.m. Which is very surprising. And today's gonna be 6 a.m. I think. But still. So part of it's been physically that I've been tired, and because my days have actually physically changed. But then I don't know. I am trying to get back to streaming though. But I mean, the other part of the issue is I go on a long haul. I can walk around. I can do a bunch of stuff during that long haul. If I'm sat here streaming, that's a little bit more difficult to do now. But if I record it, then it's all fine, because I can put a video out in 8 months and or in some cases never. I thought all waypoints had to be labeled with more than just a single Or more than 2 letters. How about Echo? What is that waypoint? Oh, it's a VOR. No clue how to pronounce that. And to be honest, we'll go direct from Dakar to Tenerife. To Tenerife North. And then, yeah. That'll save us a minute. Is that restricted airspace right there? Is that the reason why I did that? It is. Even though this one goes up to... Okay, oh, that's smart. Yeah, this area is restricted airspace. Up to 330. So yeah, we'll be fine to go direct then. As long as we stay above 330. Then this is the class Charlie for is the Charlie airspace for Madiera. It's a massive circle here. All the way from 1,000 feet to 245. Surprised it's not showing you the Bravo surrounding it. Show you what it looks like. Actually, does it? The UK is a lot easier to see. So essentially, we see these blue lines. It's so it's actually the Delta airspace. So like Bournemouth, for example. That's from 2,000 to 5,500 feet. And it's actually very helpful, especially when it comes to VFR flights, because I can also I'm planning a VFR flight. I can see, okay, we have this airspace from level 105 to 195. Oh, I see this airspace right here. Maybe I want to. Oh, I see a military aerodrome here. Maybe I want to avoid that and just go. So that's I'm planning for something from Bristol or something to Goodwood or something. Now I know, okay, I can avoid this airspace here. Maybe I can plan something like this. Kind of like a weird sea in a way. Like I said, as you guys said. Alright, so Grumpy, I have a question for you. So, are you guys really gonna let your bars stay open extra long on Monday? I saw something about that happening with the World Cup stuff. One a.m. Let's see. Yeah, scheduled 1 a.m. on Monday. So I have to apply for a special license to stay open. Interesting. 1 a.m. Monday. Okay, maybe I might actually watch that, even though I'm not usually a soccer person, or sorry, football or whatever. Scheduled 1 to 5, I think is what it said. Yeah. Oh, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got married, apparently. Not that I care about those two. I don't listen to much music, to be honest. So I don't know any of the big names. Reminder, update your domain. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Namecheap. I have so many damn domains. So apparently today there's going to be 7 straight hours of flybys over DC, which I would happily go to. But, there's a massive but, I'm going to be working later. But I would happily go and watch all those flybys over Washington, D.C. if I was not working. I'm serious. Apparently, it's going to be 7 hours of flybys. Starting off with F-18s somewhere in there. There's going to be the new 747, VC-25 bridge aircraft, aka Trump's new jet. Somewhere. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some B-2s or whatever they are. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm working, I would actually genuinely do that, or genuinely go to DC tomorrow, or today, or yeah. That's been Madiera with 14.9 tons of fuel. Not bad at all. Actually, that's more than what I have been getting in the triple recently. That's interesting. Because you would think it'd be less because this thing is more fuel efficient. Recently in the triple, I've been landing with like 12.5 tons of fuel, which is like, yeah, that's my bare minimum. I might have to look into my fuel settings. Or really, what I have to do is I have to make sure I'm actually using the correct one, because I have two. I have two profiles for the 777-200 in SimBrief. One of them's for MSFS, the other's for X-Plane. I think that something happened. I might have done something last week that mucked it up. Actually, I'll look now. Try to fix it. Saved airframes. Interesting. It has the correct cell count in it, right? Yeah, Echo, Juliet, Lima Papa. Yeah. Alright. Just for right now, I'll do that. And then... edit this guy. Flight factor, 777, 200 AR, some brief profile. Let me see if I can't do this. There we go. Flight factor, cell count, Echo Juliet Lima Papa. Put it in as Mike November. Pounds. Oh, that's annoying how it's not in the correct units. I love it when the stuff's not in the correct units. It's actually really annoying. Units, kilos. Saved airframes. Kilos there. Make this BA. Wait, all in pounds. Oh, there we go. There we go. Contingency. 30 minutes contingency, 90 minutes reserve. Simulator. Then an extra 2 tons of fuel. I'll get rid of the flight factor one. Delete. Alright. There we go. I'll have to test that out next time I use the flight factor triple, which might be in a few days. Alright. Anything else new going on in the world today? Really? Oh, come on. Oh, actually, that does make sense. Damn it. That's right, the drone show. Apparently, there's supposed to be a drone show where I live. Here in Maryland. Apparently, it's been canceled because the FAA is putting up new restrictions. That's annoying. But it makes sense because depending on what runways you're using for Baltimore, which I don't know what they're planning on doing right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if a few of those aircrafts for today's flybys are coming out of Baltimore. I wouldn't be surprised though if they are putting up temporary restricted airspace in the area just for DC and everything. That's annoying, but okay. So, Grumpy, be honest. I don't know what's going on with EasyJet. But is EasyJet getting bought out, or are they saying no to this thing that might get them bought out? Because I know that there's something that said that someone offered something or some kind of deal to the people over at EasyJet, but it essentially scrapped them for parts, from my understanding. Not or anything. As investors prepared for the possibility of no deal after the budget carrier rejected 4 proposals from U.S. investment firms. EasyJet last week rejected £4.93 billion takeover from Castle Lake. Gave it limited access to commercial data in hopes of drawing a higher bid. Castle Lake has until July 5th to make a formal offer for EasyJet or walk away under British takeover rules, unless an extension is agreed. Lord Castle Lake's approach is opportunistic given the current Iran war. But said opening its books effectively left the carrier in plain willing to deal at the right price. Shares have not traded at £7 or more since early 2022. In 2021, EasyJet rejected a takeover approach from Wizz Air, opting instead to raise money from the shareholders. Interesting. The thing about private equity is private equity nowadays means it'll go to shit. I mean, that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons that Spirit went under. It's not the only reason, but I think if I'm not mistaken, private equity had taken over Spirit and essentially sent it to shit as well. So, or refused to make the necessary changes that would thus have allowed Spirit to survive. And just to say it, Frontier's right behind Spirit. Frontier has like 6 months left, and then they're done as well. The difference with Frontier is that once Frontier runs out of cash, that's when they're actually done, because they don't own any of their planes. They lease them all. Now, Frontier doesn't have that much debt either. But once again, they don't own anything. So they don't have anything that they could put up as collateral aside from cash at which point in time. Yeah, it just doesn't work out for them. But they have the exact same failing business model. They have the exact same diminishing customer issues. Now, the other U.S. carrier that might be on its way out, JetBlue, they're going to get bought out. Most likely from Alaska. And the reason that I think that's going to happen is because JetBlue actually owns a fair amount of their aircraft. And then also in terms of logistical sense, it makes logistical sense for Alaska to buy out JetBlue as well, because their routes gives Alaskan Airlines, or whatever they're called, the ability for essentially the entirety of the East Coast, which is primarily where JetBlue operates. $9.29 Zulu's current ETA. Gonna go ahead and see if I can't increase the speed a little to 8.7. No, I'm gonna redline it to 8.8. See if that gets us going a little faster. I'm not gonna push it to 8.9 though, because 8.9. I know officially. I know that the barber pole begins here. Here's what 8.9 does. 8.9 puts us on the line for the barber pole. So by sticking to 8.8, that gives us a little bit of leeway. You know, apparently the 777 can go Mach decimal 8.9 as well. Never been tempted to push it to 8.9. The most I'll ever push the triple to is 8.7. And 8.7 is pushing it. This thing does look good. I can't wait to fly into like a busy event on VATSIM and give this FCU a proper go. I feel like that would be very... I feel like that's where this thing's going to shine. Actually, I really need to do a event here soon for VATSIM. Seb's been begging me to find one that I might want to do. Actually, there's going to be a few UK events coming up here soon. So let's look at the calendar for UK events, see if there's any that I might want to do. Calendar. They have one on it for next Sunday. Orange to Oasis. What's that one can be about? I'm logged in. Let's see here. What's that about? Okay, you'll be staffing the following positions. So, then there's also this one on the 9th of June. So, sunset. Oh wait, shit, that one passed. I'm being an idiot. Alright. So we'll be staffing the following positions. Golf whiskey. I don't know where that is. Echo golf whiskey. Anyway, London will be staffed. MC, I don't know where that one is either. Thames approach will be staffed. Heathrow will be staffed at least on tower and approach. I might participate in that one. We might participate in that one next Sunday. Any other good events coming up? Let's get Bali, explore Bangkok. Let's maybe look way ahead. Nuremberg Monday. Munton Mondays. Monday night at the Metro. Okay, what's going on today? There's got to be a lot going on today. Light Up America is going on today. Seattle, San Fran, LAX, Salt Lake City, Denver. Don't know what that one is. Phoenix. Dallas Fort Worth, I think is that one. Houston, don't know what that one. O'Hare. Memphis, Atlanta. Boo, no Baltimore. There's no Baltimore on that list. Reagan will be on there. Kennedy, Boston, Detroit, Indianapolis, Honolulu, and another place in the Honolulu. Or sorry, no, that one's Anchorage. Through 4 Zulu. So through midnight tonight. Oh, we're gonna unofficially participate in it because we'll be flying out of Baltimore tonight. UAE overload is today at 11 Zulu. That's here tomorrow. There's someone has an S2 exam. Poland Sunday. Stuttgart Sunday. Havana Sunday service. Vectors to Copenhagen is Monday. Nuremberg Monday, Munton Monday. turn around Budapest. Mondays in the Middle East. Right. You might participate in that Nuremberg one. I don't know yet. What time is that Nuremberg one? 13:30. That one might be a bit late. Damn. Well, actually, we'll be arriving into Fatsum on a busy Sunday morning, so we'll at least get some really good radar vectors for that one. Anything else going on now? Oh, the A300 got an update today, or yesterday. Let's see here. Particular focus on auto-flight logic, FMS accuracy, cockpit functionality, and day-to-day usability, while solving a wide range of community-reported issues. Highlights include refinements to the FCU climb, descent mode behavior, FMS speed, CPDLC compatibility with state intentions. Visuals have been improved throughout the flight deck, enhancements including LIDO, charts functionality. Good job, AnyBuilds. That seems like a pretty big update for the A300. I'm very tempted on the MD-11. I'm very tempted. Because the thing about the MD-11 is that it's very similar to a 777 from my understanding. And from my understanding, when you go to take a 777 and put it up next to an MD-11 system-wise, they have a lot of the same systems. So, I'm just curious about something. We're gonna make this turn by hand. Alright, direct Adeji. Why do I feel like that's a waypoint I recognize? Adeji. I feel like that's a waypoint we use quite often. Is that because there's two of them? I think maybe for a nat track or something? I don't know. wanna push this thing up. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna send it to 8.9, see how it performs. We'll send it to 8.9. Top to send in 40 minutes. All right. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and heat up a quick butter knife or something, so I can fix my mount failure on this. I'll be right back. Let's see here. Should be hot enough. Starts out good. Then doesn't really do a good job. Damn. Thought that was gonna work better. No, I'll focus on that. I'll fix it later. So I'll be landing at $4:30. Oh yeah, I'll have plenty of time to fix it later. Oh wait, no, we won't. Check 5:30. In an hour. Okay. Yeah, it's nearly 4:30 now. I might still fix it before I go to bed tonight. Depends on what time I actually close out the stream and everything. Because it'll take me a good 10 minutes to slice through that plastic. All right, what's the current weather at Madiera? As of 55 minutes ago, variable 2 knots, broken 1-1, temperature 2-1, dew point 19, QNH 1016. Okay, good to know. As of, yeah, there we go. As of 25 minutes ago, wind 110 degrees 3 knots, 080 degrees, variable 050 degrees, broken 1-1, temperature 22, dew point 19, QNH 1016. Okay, that's not bad now, is it? Then in terms of where we need to be, in terms of this approach, it's not the complete stupid one, but it is still a bit of a challenge. I have to be very, very careful with the wings, especially at Mike Alpha 504. I feel like that's our biggest risk of an issue right there. Get past 504, and I think we'll be fine. You know, I also think that maybe slamming it down might be a better option, a better idea than not slamming it down. I'm curious. What does SimBrief say? Does SimBrief say out of limits? Barely. And this thing doesn't have the reversers that the 777 has. Damn. The 777 has some of the most powerful reversers out there on any aircraft. Actually, I think they might be the most powerful reversers out of any aircraft. Because the 777 also has the most powerful engines out of any aircraft, including the A380. I mean, the 777 will easily stop with reversers on its own, with no brakes. I mean, I've done it before, so. Damn, I don't have that. I don't have the strong reversers to credit. Damn. Yeah, flaps full. Slam on those brakes. Hopefully they don't go off the end. Are they still landing on whatchamacallit? They are. EasyJet's landing right now. Interesting. Yeah, it's very much 0-5 right now. I have an A320 Neo coming from Bristol. That's a longer flight now, isn't it? Yeah, it's about 3 hours. 3.5 hours, yeah. That Jet 2 is going to Tenerife. They're going somewhere I have no clue where they're going. Alright. So I'm going over here. Where's our favorite aircraft? Or our favorite flight? Actually, it might be a little closer. Oh, there it is. It's actually... It is really close. They're holding. Over Occam. What aircraft are they in? Mike Hotel. Now that's a different one. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Mike Hotel land, be at Baltimore. Still 777 at 200ER. Let's see. This guy's my favorite. Actually, not this guy. The other one. The other one that I have a good photo of. Which is in Mike Juliet. That might be a good time to go through some of the photos I have from Myrtle Avenue that I never fully went through. I have some good ones from Myrtle Avenue as well. Just to say it having USB-C on my computer is very, very nice. I think it'll be that one. No. Oh, yeah, that's right. I moved all those out of there. Yep. All right. Nice A320. Now I'm gonna make a list of all these good ones. Uh, 9020 is a good one. For that first set. We have 9031. That would probably be the best one out of that. United. Or 9032. There you go, Grumpy, your favorite. This A330 here. Nine 046 is a good one. Another A330. 9075. Nine 084. Okay, now I know that this is your favorite. It's A350 from Virgin. Stupid Dreamliner. Actually, that Dreamliner is not bad. Not a bad one. Do I have personally flown that one? I might have. Two Bravo Kilo Fox. I might have. Do not recall. 9101. Morning, Joanna. 9125. That's not a bad one. This is from Myrtle Avenue from way back when. Joanna, I hooked something up not too long ago. I don't know if you can see it. If you pay attention to the plate, I'll give you a little hint. There you go. Morning, Max. Welcome aboard. We are going to try to be stupid here. And what I mean by try to be stupid is... Oh, Max, I think you're going to struggle. We are going to try to get an A350 into Madiera. So, alright. John, notice how I'm not using the mouse. Notice how I'm using my arm to control the speed right now. This singer's actually like really nice. Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, Heathrow to LAX is probably not the best idea in the A380. Go. You're missing it. You're missing it entirely. I finally hooked up my thing, right here. My FCU. And so now. No, this is brand new. This is brand new, as of this week. As like the past 2 days, and really, this is my first flight using it. You know, this one's very good. I'm very happy with it. I think it's gonna get loads of use, especially on Vatson. Alright, anyway, back to finally sorting through some photos from my trip last year. Damn, nearly 11 months ago. Yeah, it is really nice. It is really nice. I had to 3D print a bracket because I have the 737 EFIS as well. I have to cut down that bracket because I mucked up and I didn't account for the cable. But it's fine because that final hole doesn't line up anyway. A6400. I have no clue what that camera is. I have a Fujifilm. Actually, I have right here. XT200, which is a mirrorless. It's good though. Mine's very good. I have no clue what cleaning CSS and separating CSS means. That's not a bad one in Malta. That's 9154. Nine 169. You have to ignore the dot right there because I had something on my camera lens or actually on the sensor, I think, at the time. Some idiot trying to request clearance when there's no one online on your phone. Yeah, that's fine. Rusty 737. I think that's a max as well. 9188. That's not a bad one. Okay. Now this one, this was the first ever Airbus I flew on. Only flew on it 48 hours prior to this one. Prior to this photo being taken. I think, if I'm not mistaken, no, I am mistaken. I'm gonna pass on that 777-300. Nine 220. Oh, I do need to look at that. Is it back up? Is the website back up? All right. Let's see here. Oh, nice. Nice. Alright, Joanne, I have no clue what I'm looking at here. It is faster. Okay, not to look at the global analytics. There we go. Economics. Most profitable city. Holy. Okay. So, that's a surprise. That's a surprise. The most profitable route is mine. By a long shot as well. That's a surprise. Right by like 2.5 million as well. It's like 2.2 million. Okay. Passenger fleet. Okay. Let's see. What about most profitable aircraft? Oh, Max, you forgot about the 4th of July. Really? But here, it's a big one for us as well. It's 250 years. And I get to work in it. I get to work tonight. Or this evening. And it's a shorter shift than usual. Damn, no, this is actually like really, really good. On the economy. Economies scroll all the way down. Capital efficiency. 777-300. Oh, wow. Nice. Okay, so the 777 is up there. Efficient. It's a capital efficiency rankings. The 777 is up there. All of them. Yeah. So the 300 is the most. The 200LR is number 3. The a350, which is what we're in right now, is number 2. The ER. I'm surprised that the A380 is on there. I really am, because no one's been flying the A380s recently. Then fleet net yield. The 777s are up there as well. Yeah, exactly. The A350 is number 1. The A320 number 2. 777-300 number 3. Actually, 3 of the 777s hold top 5. So my 777 does rule the world, just in its own way. In terms of efficiency. Yeah, well, you see, the 777, it's a very, very efficient aircraft. And it's very, very good. It may not look the best. Or sorry, it might not look the best, but it is good. And it's reliable. And I had the 2 WASMs in it. I haven't had a WASM since. So it does. It really does. Alright, how long does this then? 15 minutes. Alright, let's continue going through these. Telemetry is interesting as well. Look at that during our descent. Yeah, and this dot I had on the camera kind of ruined a lot of these. Version 9242. The original intention, but now nice. Get the news guy to pay you to put that in. Actually, John, this brings up an interesting point. So Seb and I are building our own thing for Baltimore, but we're gonna we haven't decided if we're gonna make it open source or proprietary. But we might be looking into something like that for Baltimore Air Group. Now that'll be like 6 months down the line, but we might look into that. I might come to you for some assistance on that, especially if you build something that already for the most part works pretty well. You have given all the code to Aeronaut. So what? David owns a thing. Is that what you're saying? No, don't. All right. I was gonna ask if maybe you could help development or help develop it, but obviously we don't have anything right now. We're starting from scratch with Baltimore Air Group as well. So yeah, right now the Baltimore Air Group website's down, by the way. Intentionally speak, it's intentional as well. All right, now this the one that was arriving from Baltimore. 9348. I remember looking at my phone, wondering like, oh, what's the next aircraft in? Didn't know it was from Baltimore. Well, that one. And I know it's from Baltimore because it's Mega Juliet, which just happens to be the channel banner. Nine 365. I think when it's only live, David intends to show it. Good. Oh. We'll see. We are building a straight up competitor to New Sky. Now, we're not certain it's going to be free, but we're going to fix a lot of the annoyances that New Sky has. So, Nice. Nice. Pass out on that one, I think. That's what I'll do. Good to know. Good to know. 9, 4, 1, 3. So. Then we get into what I actually saw at the terminal. There, Grumpy. There we go, Grumpy. It's all about getting to the Heathrow. Or actually, they swapped it out. They moved an A380 in its place. So, just kind of biggest problem in the moment is that it's so locked down. Damn. Yeah, I haven't ever done much with an API, so I really could not tell you. Yeah. Good to note though. A good API. Good to know. So. There, and that's the jet I flew back on last year. That's the end of that photo stream, or the photo line. Bravo 44. Good to note that standard as well. Actually, that's a really good one. I'm gonna mark that one down as well. 9424. All right, we need to go ahead and put in some travel data. Noted. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be fixing a lot of the issues that we have with the New Sky. One of the biggest issues I have with the New Sky, and it's more of an annoyance, is the fuel planning. And so the way we're gonna handle it is open in SimBrief versus generate in SimBrief. If you know what I mean. And then it'll be like one button to open it in SimBrief, and also at the same time book the flight. Then so you can, the idea when it comes to booking a flight is you'll find a route that you like, or that you want to fly. Then the button that you go to file it, it'll be both it'll open it, it'll send you over to the next tab on SimBrief, and then you pre-file it directly from SimBrief, and it'll only fill in the arrival, the flight number, call sign stuff, departure, arrival, and maybe the aircraft. So, yep, exactly. Pre-fill SimBrief, then you generate it on your own, and that allows you to also look at the route. And verify that the route's good. Alright, most recent METAR for Madiera is 090 degrees 4 knots. Temperature 22. QNH 1016. What's the bar again? borrow is going to be 513. Yeah, well, New Sky wouldn't, or sorry, Simbrief wouldn't be as useful as it is today without good integration support. So, but anyway, that's why we're gonna do it for Air Baltimore. We haven't decided what we're gonna call it yet, but we are gonna open it up to other airlines. And then it'll be hosted on your own website. So. Yeah, that's yeah. Oh, nice, Max. Yeah, Windows reinstall for you. Good move. I did Windows reinstall not too long ago. I did. I think I did 2 in 4 months. So. 55 gigs on your SSD. Damn, that is. Surely I can't be doing any better though. Just say I've been flying now 7 hours. Okay. So my StreamVault drive has 777 gigs free. My X-Plane drive has 99.6 gigs free. And my C drive has 341 gigs free. So, you can't see that first one. And this is just the... Actually, I'll have to clean that out here soon. This C card has stuff from like a year and a half on it. Year and a half ago on it. Joanna has some crazy shit going on with her setup. And when I say crazy shit, I mean crazy shit. Expensive as well. Alright, beginning descent in a moment. We'll go flight level 200 initially. Funchal traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, heavy beginning descent now, flight level 200 initially, traffic. Yeah. Yeah, Joanna, I could never with your setup. It's like, you have some crazy stuff going on. Actually, what does it want us level Big P? Doesn't say. Oh, this is useless. I'll be joining from Mike Alpha. Sorry, from Monek. I messed this up, didn't I? You know what? Screw it. I did not. I did muck this up. Madiera traffic, Chesapeake, 35 Papa, expediting descent now, flight level 200, turning now direct to Monek. traffic. Speed to 50 for now. Watch this, everyone. We're gonna plummet out of the sky. The winds, last I checked, 090 degrees, 4 knots, variable 070 degrees, 140 degrees. Actually, that might be better for the other runway then. Yeah, it should be. The biggest fear is going to be as we make that turn. We got to be careful not to hit any ground. Which, just so it doesn't annoy me. Why do I feel like I'm missing something? Am I looking in the wrong place? I feel like I've done plenty of flaps 3 landings on this thing. I was gonna disable the train warning. Oh, the A350 is automatic for the train. Nice. Nice. I was trying to just disable the train warning so it doesn't get annoying. So, you want me to... You really want me to do flaps 3 on this one? What's the data again? Oh, I mean, it makes sense. The stream's alright, correct? Yeah, okay, there we go. Sorry, somebody just gave me a weird warning. Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, we can do flaps 3. Auto brake. So. Oh, the 350 and 380 really annoying buttons. Good to know. You know what? I don't like this rate of descent. I'm gonna want to do a little something here. We're on 008. And functional traffic Chesapeake 3-5 Papa Heavy. We're a little high right now, and so we're gonna just do a little holding pattern at present location as we descend. We will advise as we are turning back on course. Feng Chao traffic. Right. The position of this is just really bad right now. Yeah, I thought I heard that somewhere as well. Standard flaps 3 landing. Didn't know how true that was, though. Alright. 188. Twice statement on the on a 3-engine aircraft. On a 3 then. So let's riff up. That makes sense. That would make sense. Not only that, but I guess it is a bit easier to control, especially in challenging winds. Maintain this for go another 2 miles or so. Three, 1. For we reserved for shorter runways where needed. Understandable. Two, 7, 8 initially. Alright, the placement of this is just not great. But that's fine. The placement I know has issues right now. Kind of awkward to have to reach under the yoke. Continue now heading back to 0, 0 degrees. No, sorry, to 008. I'm not gonna lie, I think that loop was very, very helpful. This is not a place where we want to be super high and super fast. So, I mean, we are still off of VNAV a little bit, but we're doing better now. Feng Chao traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa, resuming back on course, direct to Manek, Feng Chao traffic. Oh, we have a few aircraft I have to be aware of. We have a Scandinavian going in first, I think. In that case, I'm gonna go speed 220 now. Functional traffic, Chesapeake 35, Papa is going to introduce now to a speed of 210 knots. Allow for the Scandinavian a350 to proceed in. Functional traffic. Oh wait, never mind. We read that wrong. Resuming normal speed. Functional traffic. No, that Scandinavian's going Santiago. So from Lisbon. In other words, we're fine. Let me get that off right up there for right now. And continue a descent. Call minus 1,000 feet per minute for right now. No more need for any speed brake. Alright, this was actually very, very useful. And very, very good. I just need to get... Well, actually... What I'd like to do... is this. Put this screen back on top of there. But that'll require me some... That'll require me to do some stuff. Which I'll do tomorrow. So what I'm gonna do here is I'll cut some blocks of wood, and then I'll install the mounts on this. I'll install these on this, and then I'll put the screen on top of it because it'll be at an angle. It'll kind of be like a... I don't know. I don't know how well you can see this. It'll be like this. Or something. Should look good at the end. Should be doable. So. I will do that in the UK. My issue is that right now I have 15,000 2x4s still laying around. So I'm gonna use those up. And this is only temporary. It'll last me 2 months. So yeah, my intention is to do that once I get over there. Or maybe like 3 months after. I'm gonna have to rebuild some savings once I move over there. Yeah, well, it was from the disaster at the indoor shed. So into 1016. Did I ever turn off the lights? I did not. I never do turn off lights now, do I? Well, when I built that, I did buy them out of stuff, or out of some 2x4s. Actually, I didn't buy. I didn't buy them out of 2x4s. When I built the desk, though, I bought them out of the stair treads. This desk has been amazing. This desk served its purpose. So. No, I'm gonna take it all to the dump, I think. On Wednesday. The thing is that I have to cut it all in half because it's so big. It's gonna take a miter saw, chop all of it in half. And I'll take maybe 1 or 2 trips to the dump this week. And then in terms of the OSB, I have no clue on for the OSB. Oh no, that's smart. Alright, time to focus up. Cleared approach. And it is go flaps 1 now. Go gear down. Flap. No, I'll wait on 2. Go flaps 2. Madiera traffic. Chesapeake 3-5 Papa Heavy entering into the RNAV Yankee approach for runway 05. Madiera traffic. Speed 170. Cleared down 2. I'm also going to build a custom chair over there. So I'm sat in the correct position every single time.
2,500.
Noted. Flaps 3. You know, I'm going to continue descent down to 1.
2,000.
Noted. Speed. Final approach speed. Madiera traffic. Chesapeake 3-5 Papa 10 miles for the RNAV Yankee for runway 05. We're just taking now final approach speed. Functional traffic. Well, it makes more sense for us to go to the Yankee. Remember, we're coming from Senegal, so it's still going to be a challenge. Because the side step. And Tinbrief gave me the brooding for the RNAV Zoot loop, which didn't make any sense. There we go. That's what I wanted to accomplish by taking it down to 1,000. That's what I wanted to accomplish.
1,000.
Noted. No, it's because of the clouds, which were at 1,100 and 1,000 the METAR, so I was aware of it. So I know we're inefficient right now, but it's. I'm happier to see the runway now than even 100 feet higher, which, by the looks of it, would have some issues. So. Landing checklist complete. Final METAR check says QNH now 1017. Wind 050 degrees, 5 knots. Variable 010 degrees, 080 degrees. That's good. You're en route. Fair. I have the chart up right next to me though, so it's fine. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. Continue.
500 minimum.
Continue.
400. 300. 200. 197. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Certainly firm, but that's fine. Holy, can we get off here? Wasn't expecting that to do that good.
Auto brake off.
No, not bad at all. Kind of happy with that. And it was somehow a fairly decent touchdown. Right now, if I can get that off my screen, that'd be helpful. 9:28 as well. Not bad. 2 minutes ahead of schedule. Fung Chao traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa now clear the runway, taxiing parking. Fung Chao traffic. We'll see what News Guy says. It could very well be a 10. Then maybe that takeoff was slightly off center line. News Guy's been getting really picking on takeoffs. No rudders at all. Because my rudder pedals are shit. That's complete aileron. That was complete aileron work. Damn, I wish this is X-Men because we could have gotten a good view of that landing. Alright. AP is available, good. Just make sure flaps and everything go up before I turn off engines. We'll find out what Newscat thought of that. Alright. Engine's off. Landing lights off, nose lights off, wing lights off, strobies off, beacons off, close flight. Before we take a look at that score, let's go ahead and do everything correctly. APU off now that we have external power. Logo lights off. Let everyone on their mobile devices. All right. What's the damage? This guy did give me a 10. This guy didn't. This guy did give me a 10. Damn, $50,000 for landing at Madiera. Not bad at all. And that thought I was perfectly on the center line as well, which I think I was slightly left a little. 331 feet per minute, so that definitely a solid, definitely a firm landing, but you know, that's what I want here. I feel like my centerline deviation's been getting better recently. Because there's one I did... I think it could have been this one. No, not that one. Where... what's that one? No. Where I had like less than a meter of centerline deviation. No, it wasn't that one. Trying to find it. Pilot landing view. So, interesting. Let's see. Wasn't that one? Last time I was in Madiera was just not too long ago. I think it was more recent than the Gibraltar. I don't know. Wasn't that one? Just from earlier. I don't know. Alright. But anyway, that's gonna do it for me. It is 5:33 and I do have a shift later, which is going to be messy. And I do have a few final things I want to finish up before I go to bed. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And I will see you all tonight for a traitorous Baltimore to Heathrow. Maybe if you could move a 777 to Baltimore, that would be helpful. So. Alright, anyway, I'll see you all on the next one. So long.